Yeah, look. Hey, B. Joel. Hey, I'm not sure that I am streaming. Okay, yeah, I hit the stream. I just couldn't find the stream. I couldn't actually find the physical live stream when I went to try and confirm it. Okay, yeah, and I'm because I'm about to start letting people in the class here, so I just want to make sure I was streaming. That way they have a backlog when I get started. So, all right, appreciate it. Hello.
Good morning.
How's the back feeling?
Awful. I tried to piddle a little bit last night and it wasn't liking it.
That's a bummer.
Yeah, it's hell getting old, Joel.
As I say too, if you need a little extra guidance when you go to attack it, I could always find times if you want to select your boat over to the center here. We could, and you need to work on it there too to be fine.
Yeah, I just might take you up on that. Thanks.
Yeah, yeah. If you need kind of hesitant on some steps or something or other, want just an extra set of eyes and have some questions asked. I'm generally here Wednesday, Thursday, Fridays, in the afternoons, all day Fridays. Probably makes it work.
Yeah, I usually can control my back pretty well, but I was building quite a big rock wall and just gathering all the rocks from my property, and I think I overdid it a tad.
Gotcha. Hey, Larry.
Hi.
As everybody's finishing up lunch.
I want the watermelon too.
Just kind of hang out and just waiting for the rest. Yeah, any clamps can go ahead and get pulled off and trim up the fiberglass, whatnot. All that stuff can start working here. Can y'all hear me okay? Is my volume good?
Yeah, you're good.
Sounds good.
Let me know if it fades. I'm not 100% sure if I'm getting my microphone working the way it's supposed to. Hello.
Hello.
need another one.
Does yours fit in the slot?
Still waiting on a couple more folks, but we're just kind of going through pulling clamps off things. Can also trim the parts that were fiberglass, kind of get those nice and cleaned up on the edges.
This is the first time I've seen us fiberglass parts this way. Do I just cut them out and then sand the edges, or anything particular I need to know?
Yeah, so it's just yeah, you can just take a razor knife, kind of cut the edges, trim them up, yeah, and just kind of hit it with a little block sand or something to flush that the edge up with the wood part. Kind of remove any excess if you've got it there, and yeah, you just kind of trimming them up and make it look pretty. How's it going, Warren?
I'm here.
All right. Yeah, so while we're right now, we're just kind of running through and we're kind of pulling clamps off the parts, trimming our pieces that we fiberglass, just trimming those individual parts out, getting those ready, because this will go into the assembly of our rudder.
You cut those out with a scissors or a knife or what?
I generally tend to just take a little box cutter, a little razor knife, and work it as close to that edge as I can.
Okay.
Usually it cuts pretty well.
Okay.
Sometimes it'll leave a little kind of a knife edge of glass there.
Okay.
And just hit that with a little sandpaper to square it up. I think we're just waiting on one more. Yeah, and kind of when you're cleaning it up, sanding it up just on the edges, the glass face, that surface should be about good to go. If you do look and you see some kind of high spots on there, you may hit that with a quick sand, just to kind of get everything level and just make that all those parts fit together a little better when it's time for assembly.
Can I see the top of your cheek piece? Because I don't think I fiberglassed it correctly. The very top part, I didn't fiberglass right here. Did
No,
you?
that is correct. You don't want to fiberglass that where it kind of steps down.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah, you want that to be clear because that's going to be a slot for where the tiller is going to rest in that little rabbit there.
Okay.
Let's go, Eric. I think you're still muted.
On now. Sorry, I'm running a little late. I missed anything exciting.
All right, you're a little low in volume there. What was that?
It'll take me a minute to get that adjusted. Did I miss anything?
Oh no, no, you haven't missed anything. So what we're doing right now is just kind of taking our parts that we fiberglass, go ahead and getting those trimmed up nicely. Just taking that excess glass off, and then just kind of a quick little sand on those edges to knock the sharp corners down, and just getting those ready. That way they'll be all set for getting them put together.
Is that any better for the mic on my front?
What was that?
Checking and see if I've improved the microphone any.
Yeah, you're still really quiet. Yeah, right now, kind of we're all just kind of motoring away, kind of prep work for these parts. If it's also a great time. Anybody kind of found any questions last night? Any concerns, kind of moving forward? What we're thinking? Because I think now's a good time to field any Q&A we may have.
I had a question when I was looking at the trunk for the dagger board.
Right.
It's going to plug up the drain hole for that area.
Correct. Yeah. So, and the convenience of the drain of that little scupper hole is that it's going to allow us when we install the trunk to get a good seal on the back side of the trunk, really fill in that gap. The disadvantage there is it does plug up that little scupper hole. A couple resolutions there. One is just coming in to that face and just working in a new scupper on one side or the other. Another fix to that is widening the current little scupper hole. And then the third is if you leave a sponge in that little compartment area, and it'll kind of absorb any extra water, and you can just wring it out later and not worry about it. The chances of a lot of water getting in there are pretty low, but it's kind of a personal preference there, and that's just kind of a workaround for the fact this is an earlier rendition kit. Is what we've decided now. The newer kits, it just has a wider scupper hole, so you can get that fillet and it expands into the space outside of the trunk.
Thank you.
Did you test fit your trunk into your the template holes that you cut? I'm gonna have to do some adjusting because mine's really tight.
Yeah, and so I haven't really done. I kind of halfway test fit it. We've got a couple things we're going to run into. One is that we want to ease the corners of the trunk a bit. So just kind of put a little bit of a radius on these corners. A couple reasons. It's going to help fit that a little easier, and it's also going to allow us to wrap fiberglass on it. But it is, and that's why I was saying yesterday not to spend a ton of time on those holes because it may need to get tweaked. But yeah, you're looking there is just to kind of is test fitting, just to find maybe. So like myself, I put mine in. I'm a little short, so I've got to open it up lengthwise, probably an eighth of an inch to get mine.
Me too.
That's not a big deal. It's just small little. It's just a quick, easy little fits.
No worries.
Shouldn't be too big of a deal.
I was reaching inside the new bulkhead on the rear transom there, and I guess we had another doubler placed in there, and the inside I can feel like a thicker bit of wood. That's where another one of those pintail, whatever you call it, mounts to?
Yeah, the gudgeon would mount there. It's and my only worry there is it may be a little bit low for the mounting of that gudgeon. We'll have to kind of go in and see. I mean, if it's best case scenario, we'll be able to run those little through bolts through and mount it on that existing doubler. If not, we'll come back with those extra little pieces and pop one in. That way we'll have some meat to grab onto.
Okay. It's too beautiful a day to be stuck in the garage. I have the kayak sitting on top of the car.
Yeah, it's a nice one out there. There's people out and about all over the place here. Where are you planning on going kayaking?
Oh, we just got some new sea kayaks, and so we're still getting comfortable with them, and so we'll just be on Lake Crescent.
That's not a bad place to go.
Yeah.
I did that myself last Sunday. We went over and paddled the west end of Lake Crescent.
Yep. Well, I just dropped off Austin and his friend, two 18-year-old boys, at the Solduck Trailhead. They have a permit to camp at Lunch Lake up in the Seven Lakes Basin tonight. And I got to tell you, that parking lot was the most full I've ever seen. Everybody's hiking right now.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, we went over last weekend. It was just the amount of cars kind of piling through. We went Sunday afternoon, so everybody was kind of heading out. It was kind of wild.
Yeah. Well, nobody's taking vacations in New York and catching a show or flying international, so we're all coming out to the Olympic Park.
I come to Port Townsend too.
Yeah.
Town was packed yesterday. People everywhere today. Yeah, I mean, kind of the big goal today is going to be, is getting our mast step installed, getting some hardware installed on the boat. We're going to get our trunk. We're going to get it fit out nicely, and we won't actually fully install it today. That'll be something I'll leave everyone with, just because we're going to get it fit, get it looking nice. But the trunk itself needs to be fiberglass. And it's actually a bit easier to fiberglass it when it's not installed. It keeps you from having to do a bunch of kind of detailed fiberglass work under that seat, which is.
Hey, Joel, can I interrupt you for just a second? I just wanted to ask everybody to mute their mics when Joel is talking, because it makes it a little difficult to hear him.
Gotcha. Thanks for that. Yeah, what I was saying there was we're looking at kind of the big steps, and what we want to get through is walking through all the steps for completion. But we want to get we're going to get our trunk test fit, make sure that it looks nice in place, and we'll actually pull it back out and get it fiberglass, get it nice and strengthened up and ready for that install. And that way, the only other step that will come after that is just running a small fillet, is putting it in place, running a small fillet, and just to fill in the gaps and cracks, and it'll be all ready to go for that. That will be the final step of the installation. But we'll make sure that everything looks good and the test and fit, and any and all questions are answered there. Other thing we're looking to do today is we're going to install that mast step. get it all potted into place, get a nice location on it. So it's ready to go when that sail and mast come in. And then also we'll get a dry fit assembly of the rudder, get all the components in place, and I can kind of explain all the parts of that rudder system, how it works with the flip up mechanism. And then the only other step that'll be left there is just kind of cleaning up any of the edges and getting a good a seal of epoxy on the other side, just so it's good and watertight. Yeah, and in again, just like every class, I'm open to any and all questions, and yeah, we'll just kind of motor along and get it done.
Hey Joel, it's Cena.
What's up?
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, thanks. I've been listening to the intro, and that all sounds great. I'm wondering if you have like an outline, like a rough, like quick outline of steps for kind of where we're going to go next. First, we'll do this, then we'll do this, then we'll generally do that. Because as you can probably guess, we're going to be kind of mixing it up again. I'm going to have to get up to some shenanigans to make sure I can cut these holes, because we haven't cut I've actually got all my pieces cleaned up, fiberglass pieces cleaned up, and we've got all the clamps off and that stuff's all ready. But as you'll recall, I still have to get those holes into the seat in the bottom for the trunk, as well as the rear hatch. So if you have like a rough outline of where we'll be taking the day, I'll be able to kind of follow along as I pop in and out, and then, just try to rewatch the video for the parts that I missed or that I'll have to hold off on.
Okay. Yeah. So what we're looking at, right now we're just kind of motoring through getting all these rudder parts cleaned up. And then first step will be probably dive into getting this, getting the trunk fit. Getting it where it really likes its home. I'll kind of run through the process of that, and then talk about the steps of the final installation there, which will end up happening later. And then we'll probably pull that back out. We're going to get the mast step installed, get that into place. We've got a little bit of hardware that we're going to install with that to kind of in association with the mast that will probably help us out a little bit in getting that installed before we actually put the mast step in. That's going to be our downhaul pad eye for the sail itself. We've got a bit of hardware to install on the aft transom, and that's going to be the hardware that we're going to put for our rudder assembly for it to hang on and be installed to. And from there, I think that'll be about it. I'm probably missing 9 things, but.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. So then just to make sure I'm following along and I've got it right, we're cleaning up our parts and getting them ready for the day. Next step is to fit the dagger board trunk and then glass the dagger board trunk. And then from there, we'll move into the mast step and a little bit of hardware there. And then we'll take it back to the stern section for pintles, gudgeons, rudder hardware. And then after that, maybe a fillet and installation of the dagger board trunk at the very end.
Sure, yeah, and it's we'll see where we get to with the. I've got a couple different thoughts on the dagger board trunk as far as the installation there, and we'll see what we have time wise and what maybe look like as far as the easiest set of steps there.
Gotcha.
As far as just installation and timing on that, because there's a couple options there. Is test fitting it for the install and then pulling it out, fiberglassing it, and then it would have to get installed once the fiberglass is kicked, which will be later today or tomorrow. Or installing it, running the fillets, and then having to come back and fiberglass underneath that seat. That's the mild conundrum, but.
Got it. It does sound like it'd be easier to glass it and then install it probably if it's just fillets versus glassing, right?
Right.
with I heard some interesting discussion of options for the scupper hole because it'll be blocked by the trunk. I think you said you can either leave a sponge down there, you can cut another scupper hole on one side or the other, or you had there was like a third option that I think I missed.
The other option there is if you take a little time pre-installation of that dagger board trunk and just widen that scupper hole. If you just broaden it out a ½ inch wider, basically kind of square it up. What that would do is it would allow, because the scupper hole is about the same width as that trunk. And so if you just made the hole wider, you just have some space there that once it's installed, it would still allow water to flow back and forth there.
Got it. Yeah, maybe that sounds like it might be easiest pre-daggerboard trunk installation. Just cut a notch from, the top side, or at least for us anyways, cut a notch from the top side of the scupper hole diagonally down to the floor, and then clean that up on both sides so it can drain on either side of the trunk.
Correct. Yeah, and then also making sure that it's sealed up good.
Right.
That'd be the only thing is getting in there and making sure to brush in some epoxy to seal up any of the end grain for the plywood.
Any of those gaps. Got it. Okay. Alrighty, sir. Well, look, I'll be back with you in a bit here. I'm gonna try to put some holes in this boat. But if you want to just holler out when you're about to take it in the next step, whatever that may be, I can pop. I'll be in the other room, so I can pop back. Shirley will let me know to pop back in and hear whatever the instructions are, and then I can just pop back.
Sounds good.
Awesome.
Yeah, sorry, I'm a little behind on the trim here, so I'll be caught up in just a moment. We can start running through some more steps.
I assume we drill out the holes.
Correct. Yeah, that will be the next step in the line of things to do. You've got 3 sets of holes in the cheeks. The cheek parts that are 1/4 inch holes, and those are for those barrel bolts, the kind of shaft bolts there for holding for anything that's going to have a pivot. Let me I can give a quick size on those other. Yeah, the other sets of holes, it looks like a 5/16 drill bit there. As far as, for sizing those, if it's a little larger, it would be fine. Not going to hurt anything. Again, most of the assembly with this, and it can also be up to you as well, what you decide to do later. But ideally, the assembly of the rudder system will all be bolted together, and instead of glued together, just for the ability to take it apart, make repairs if needed, or replace a part if it gets broken. Yeah, so get all those parts trimmed out, 1/4" bit, so you've got the cheek pieces. We've got 3 holes there that are that 1/4" size drill bit, and just kind of drilling those through. You can also, I mean, if there's not a ton of epoxy in there, the tip of a razor knife kind of pushed in will open those up as well. And then also up on this little ear here, if there's any of the little remnants from the CNC machine, we can drill that out as well.
Hey, Joel.
Yep.
Sorry, quick question. So there's 2 sizes of holes on the pieces. You said the larger holes are a certain size and the smaller holes are a different size. What were those sizes again?
So the larger holes are a 1/4"
Mm-hmm.
drill bit, and then the smaller holes are a 5/16.
Super.
So
Got it.
if you got a little bigger, a little smaller bit, that's fine. Just because you'll be able to. You should still get pretty close registration, but that it is a 5/16 hole.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Thanks.
So also the cheek doublers, they're going to have those same 1/4" holes for those barrel bolts, and those are going to be there for. We have those for a couple reasons. They're mainly there as you've got 2 that are for pivots, and one is going to take that nylon shiv that we're going to install that allows the uphaul line to roll on.
Joel, one of my cheek doublers has the 1/4" holes, one has the smaller holes.
Yeah, and I actually I just noticed that myself. Just taking a look at that. I think what it is the idea is that the bolt side of those barrel bolts would go in on the smaller hole end, but I think that would impede a good snug fit. So. Yeah, I think you can go ahead and clear those out with the 1/4". Well, actually, no, I'd say leave them at that because that's also the 5/16 hole. And the idea behind it there, and I'm glad you brought that to the attention as well, is that it's the bolt end itself. So it's the barrel system. As it runs through, as you've got this larger diameter, and it basically fits into itself, and that smaller size diameter is to match the shank of the actual bolt size, whereas the larger diameter is of that post. So I would drill, maybe try and keep it as close to the kind of the original size on those holes, because it looks like that is a 5/16 or maybe even a hair smaller, but the 5/16 should be.
You mean
fine.
3/16, Joel?
See, I think you mean 3/16.
3/16, sorry. Yeah, 5/16 would be a little large. Thanks for catching that. And those cheek spacers as well, kind of is making sure to clear out those with 3/16 inch drill bit. And also just kind of running through with those parts, if you do have, with especially the doublers and the spacers, if you've got any epoxy kind of on the backside of that part, where it may have kind of pulled under the part, a little excess, I've got some there. And it's just, it would just make for a bit of a high spot. It's just kind of running through and making sure to take down any of those high spots on the non-fiberglass face, especially with those spacers, because that's going to fit. That's going to be fit on the inside of that rudder part. Hey, Ricky, how are we doing this afternoon?
Oh, there we go. I'm unmuted. I'm pretty good, but I have the same, issue that I can't look at this while I'm downstairs working on the boat because I can't get my internet. So I'll probably be on and off in the class. Definitely I'll make sure I watch everything at some point.
Sure. Right now, we're just we're kind of trimming up the rudder assembly, all the parts there. Looking at getting all those parts just trimmed up and ready, just so we can do kind of a dry fit, putting together all the pieces and make sure everything looks good and everything's kind of happy and ready. And then from there, we're going to move into fitting the trunk.
And I think I mentioned too that Case helped me. We already installed the trunk, and I'm in the process of putting the rudder together. Although I actually epoxied those, what you're carving out right now, those L's, which aren't quite L's in my case, but I did attach them to the cheeks. So, oh well.
No, and that's fine. I mean, it's all personal preference. Honestly, you can bond this entire assembly together.
Yeah.
It's just the idea of having the ability, if you need to kind of switch out a part or take it apart.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Troubleshoot that you don't have to start over on a whole new rudder.
Yeah.
Hey, Joel.
Yes, sir.
So I got some good news and bad news. The bad news is I think we're going to have to put a pause on our build for the day.
Okay.
The pup's not feeling too great, and we may have to take him to the vet potentially, in addition to the myriad other obstacles we were trying to overcome today. I think it just wasn't in the cards. The good news is nothing has gone catastrophically wrong yet, and I'll probably be able to pick this up next weekend. So I'll watch the stream and give it a good effort next weekend, and just kind of reach out maybe with an email if I have questions. But that's kind of the status. So I just wanted to let you know and wish you all luck today.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, again, you know that you can reach out to me anytime if you have any questions.
Yeah, listen, the responsiveness is legendary, man. I work with other attorneys who are not as responsive as you are, so that's a high praise. So yeah, thanks for everything. Good luck today, and I'll reach out whenever we can pick this up again.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. All right, and so yeah, kind of once we get all these parts trimmed up, we're going to kind of work through in just doing a quick assembly of the rudder parts, just making sure everything looks good. This is mostly just a dry fit, kind of getting all the parts assembled, getting a good idea of what everything looks like put together, yeah, that way we know if any adjustments need to make, because eventually it will need to get de-assembled at least one time, just to go back and fill, do any fill of any unfinished epoxy. So any of the dry side, just making sure to go seal all the parts up and make them nice and happy for making sure to get good protection from the elements. So we're looking there as far as hardware to start. There's a bag that has those barrel bolts in it. Should have been 3 of those. It'll come with those 3 barrel bolts as well as a smaller, shorter screw that fits into the end of those barrel bolts. So there should be 3 of the barrel bolts with 3 of the set screws for the end of those. They'll look like that. Also in that same, for me, it came all in the same hardware bag. There's 4 1 1/4 inch bolts. 1¼ inch bolts. And those are going to be what's going to attach the pintles to the rudder assembly. Also, what's going to hold everything together. That's what through bolts everything, and really gives it really makes it nice and solid. I'll zoom in just a little bit just to get a better idea of the assembly here. Kind of getting started, what we're looking for are the cheeks and the cheek spacers. Those cheek spacers basically kind of nest one on top of each other. I mean, face to face, it's just to kind of make one like size unit out of them. And then, let's see, make sure that and so the first 4 parts, so you'll have your cheek spacers. You'll have your 2 cheeks with the 2 cheek spacers to the inside, and those are going to fit. Get some contrast here. We're also making sure that all are sorry about this. My brain's turned itself in circles. Yeah, it's on the inside assembly of those parts is getting those lined up. So in the orientation where, so that's going to allow that rudder system and kind of give you an idea how that works without laying it together. Is having the cheek spacers allow that flip up rudder mechanism to kind of fit in, and then there's that pivot point that allows it to flip up with the bungee system. And it all kind of lines in place. And we're just lining up those 4 sets of holes. And you want the fiberglass side to the inside. And you'll notice too with the cheek spacers fit to the inside. They're not going to come right up to that. They're not going to come right up to that step. It actually has a bit of a step. So you have you've got your tiller is going to rest on this ledge basically. And what's going to happen is we still need room for the uphaul for the rudder, the flip up rudder system. And having this channel on top of these spacers is what allows room for that. And so the whole assembly is and that's what was throwing myself off. The original kit that we did is it mounted flush up to that ledge. But since we added the uphaul to the rudder system, having that space in there, it just allows that cordage to run through there nice and freely. And eventually you're just going to make a sandwich out of it. Getting everything lined up, hoping those, trying to get those lined up as well as possible. This is, if you've got, trying to think like an awl or a nail, something that's smaller than the diameter of those holes to help with registration on that. That should be make things a little easier.
What hardware is going to go through those boreholes?
So there's 4 bolts that should have been included with the kit. They're 1 1/4 inches long. For the kit that Josh gave me, they were in the same bag as
Okay.
the longer barrel bolts. As the-
Okay. Okay. I was just confused by those barrel bolts. Okay.
Gotcha. Yeah, because the barrel bolts, the insert that goes into those is the shorter bolts that are in that kit. The shorter little.
Yeah. Got it.
And also assembling these parts is having is going to be having our pintles handy. So the hardware, those pins, because they'll all get through bolted. That one bolt will hold that entire mechanism together. Actually. And I'm assuming it's going to be the same on your end of these kits. It seems like that for the pintles, for whatever reason, the alignments are off. What I'm looking at is that I can get with the first set of holes mounted and starting to insert that through bolt. That the second holes for that don't seem to want to line up to what was pre-drilled for the kit. So we're going to have to we'll go in, and once the first bolt is installed, I'm probably going to have to re-drill a couple holes to get those through bolts to fit. I think as we get this assembled, you'll probably notice this this mistake as well. I'm not sure what happened there, but we will make sure to fix it. And for me, I'm just kind of coaxing that bolt through the parts just with my screwdriver, allowing the threads to just kind of walk it into place.
Okay, so you just did because only one hole matches, right? So
yeah, I'm not again. I don't know what happened there, but obviously there's some discord there in the program.
Joel, this is Eric. It looks like the bolts are going to be a hair shy. They're not going to engage the nylock.
Okay. We've got a couple solutions there. I mean, and I think a lot of it is just kind of, we've got that. Because yeah, mine are, I've got, probably a 16th proud of the actual pintle itself. And so it's just barely a hair enough to grab a hold there. And I'll take a look.
It looks to me like you probably prepped this without the glass on the wood, then it would fit fine. But with the glass, it's just added about that extra 1/8 of an inch, and it's not clearing. It's not actually engaging the
Right.
threads on mine. And the threads are engaging, but like you said, there's maybe a 1/16 of an inch coming out.
Yeah, it's not leaving quite enough there. So yeah, and what we can do, I'll add it to the list with, because yeah, I think what needs to happen, and the only fix is getting a 1/4 inch longer screw.
So Joel, are you thinking Josh might send out some longer screws for us?
Yeah, so what I'll do, yeah, again, I'll definitely make a note of that, and we'll see about getting those sent out first thing tomorrow morning.
And to add another question with the barrel bolts, I'm trying to fit them with the cheek spacer in, and it looks like they're too long.
Here. Yeah, it seems like for me, I think the ideal there is, it does seem, I'll make sure, is to probably just go ahead and
Yeah, it looks like if we drill out that other cheek piece, it'll just fit, but it might squish it a little bit. Are you using a friction fit there for the tiller?
yeah, and for the tiller itself, I mean, you're looking at because it kind of nests on that shelf. It doesn't have to be a super tight fit. And so, yeah, I think the solution here is to just go ahead and drill out.
Aren't we also going to be putting another layer of fiberglass on the cheeks?
On the cheeks, yeah, so that's definitely an option to put another coat of fiberglass on the outside of the cheeks to reinforce those.
Then if we do that, are we trying to suck the screw head up to the barrel bolt?
Yeah, I mean, you want it to be a fairly tight fit. I don't think it necessarily, I mean, you don't want to like torque any parts into place, if that makes sense. Because you think it's just adding more layers, it's going to, because again, it's, I mean, it's basically, because with that barrel bolt, you'll tighten it down into place. And it may pull a little bit. And it's also something that, if need be, can go back with a little bit larger drill bit and just recess that hole if it needs just a little bit more space.
So we need to 1/4 inch drill out the remaining, smaller holes in the other cheek.
Yeah, I believe so. I'll just to verify that size. That is correct. Yep. And then for that third, the kind of the middle position of those 1/4 inch holes on the rudder assembly, we do have this nylon shiv that will get positioned inside that assembly, and that's going to be used for the uphaul or the kick up rudder.
Sorry, I wasn't standing next to the screen when you demonstrated that. What were you pointing to?
So with the assembly, you have with the kit, it came with this white nylon wheel, and that's going to get fit with a barrel bolt in the second hole. That's going to be through, and that's the
got it.
For that flip up mechanism for the rudder.
Okay. Now my tiller didn't have a hole in the end there, so we need to drill that out.
Yeah, exactly. You basically just want to position it into place.
Okay.
Kind of one of the ideas behind that too is if you wanted to shorten that tiller, felt like it was a little too long, too short when you get it out, is it allows you to just kind of move it back, slide it back, and pull a new hole.
Joel, can you show that shiv placement one more time?
Yeah, so that shiv is inserted in the second hole down. So on the inside, that wheel will lay right below the pivot for the tiller.
Thank you.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, and then with the final, that final barrel bolt, we're going to be sending, that's going to be the attachment of the rudder itself. And so it's kind of cleaning out that pivot hole for the rudder. It's kind of right there on the top. Sorry, I'm getting a little washout on this thing. And that's that pivot hole there. If you've got some epoxy in there that needs to be cleaned out, you can go ahead and drill that hole out. That was your 5/16 hole there. We'll take care of that. And so the idea there too is that's going to get inserted into the assembly. You're just looking for that, find that point where those holes line up, and you're able to run that barrel bolt through and establish the pivot point for the rudder assembly.
Joel,
Is that
do the
one
outside
intentionally a
parts
pretty
get
loose fit?
epoxied?
What's that?
Do all the outside of those parts get epoxied, or just the finish coat go on those?
On the outside parts of the rudder assembly itself, I'm walking
Yeah.
around.
Yes.
Yeah, so you'll. I would suggest going back and glassing the outside of the cheeks, just to kind of reinforce that that glass. And it's also kind of running through. I'm basically running. This is the process that Brandon had recommended. He designed the rudder system with keeping it a separate assembly with all the parts separate. But I don't see any reason why you can't go in and go ahead and just bond these cheek doublers to the cheeks themselves. That's going to give you a little more rigidity in the top end of this, in the top end of where the tiller notches in, because you don't really have a lot of support on the end of those things. So when going in and doing that kind of fill coat of any of the raw coat, I would suggest, and even if when you glass the cheeks, you can go in and just, I would bond that cheek doubler just right to the cheeks, and then leave the rest of the parts as separate.
Hey, Joel.
Yep.
My very early kit came with some little fiberglass tube to insert into those larger holes. I assume to protect the wood from the barrel bolts. I don't know. Are you doing that too?
No, I mean, we decided as far as the durability, there's enough material to support it, and then also with the barrel, those barrel bolts, that the wear is going to be fairly negligible as far as that goes for the pivot itself.
Okay.
Did you drill out the new holes for the pintails?
No, so I haven't gone back and done that quite yet. I just ended up kind of pushing those, kind of putting the bolts that were there, just the 2 holes into place, and then here in just a moment, I was thinking I'll kind of get the alignment there and re-drill out those holes. I'm thinking it may be a little easier to do that once it's disassembled. That way you can do it instead of trying to line up those holes perfectly through on each side. Is just doing it in 2 parts and putting the one cheek on one cheek doubler on one cheek and the other on the other, and that way it should be a little easier for alignment.
I'm tempted to just go for it.
Yeah, and there's no, I mean, and the detriment there is going to be negligible. If you go for it, I mean, you can also start it on this side and start and kind of meet in the middle as well. Would probably accomplish the same thing that I'm kind of splattering out right now. Yeah, go for it. It's if you're.
I'll do a real small bit.
I don't think it's going to matter. It's just making sure that you are in line with those 2 holes. That way that pintle sits, it's not tilted up or down, that it's got the right angle for it to slot in.
Sure.
What about a drill press?
Drill press would work great because there you can ensure a straight hole. And that's why I was kind of recommending drilling in 2 stages, just to account for human error. I also know not everyone has a drill press in their garage.
Sorry, let me put my mute.
Yeah, with that, with the extra set of holes that we've got there, kind of the best thing to do there would be just to go back and give it a quick little fill of epoxy. You could also go find it like, if you can find the right size dowel, or if you have got some of those dowel pieces left, wanted to, you could kind of plug that as well. A little dab of epoxy and I think I went with your advice and just kind of going for it here. Again, we'll get those. I'll get those 1.5-inch through bolts in the mail, hopefully tomorrow morning, and get those on the way. And that way, when you're ready for your final assembly of the rudder system, everything will be there for you. And I'll apologize 4 more times for any of the snafus.
What size is the wooden dowel if I want to drill it out to fit that perfectly?
Let's see. I think the wooden dowels are 1/4-inch dowels.
Okay. Oh, I guess I can take out the 1/4 one and check it.
What size are these bolts? Are they like number 8s or number 10s?
Those bolts are, it's a number 10. Yeah, and if you didn't want to wait for them to get shipped out, local hardware store should have those that size little bolt. It's just basically looking for number 10, 1.5-inch instead of 1 1/4 inch. I think should ultimately solve the problem.
So I went ahead and fit the pintails just fine, and I drilled out the previous incorrect holes to fit a 1/4-inch dowel. But now I'm thinking about the assembly process with dowels. So I got to take this whole thing apart and cover it in fiberglass and let that all dry, and then drill out again through the fiberglass to put the dowel in, or how should I think about this?
Well, I mean, as far as if you wanted to dowel in, you could kind of tie it into your finished coat of epoxy. Whenever you go to recoat that with epoxy, I would do you can mostly, I mean, just put a little dab of epoxy and just kind of push fit it in and trim it flush, and then you should be able to come right back over with epoxy or with your fiberglass.
Okay. All right, so I think I have everything done. So should I take it all apart and prep it for glassing, or what should I do?
Yeah, so once it's all, once you're all happy, you like the fit, you can also go ahead and test fit your tiller. If you want to get that hole drilled out, it's
I
basically,
did.
I would say the easiest way to do it is to get the alignment the way you want it, go in with a pencil, and mark where you want to drill that hole. And then just plop it down on a bench and push a hole right through. And that's also a 1/4 inch.
Yep, I got it.
That's kind of the last of the assembly of the
Rudder.
system. I'll take a look to it, and it's when you go to do your final assembly, the last hardware that's going to need to get installed is you've got the bungee mechanism here. So you've got the black bungee cord that was included in the kit. You're gonna, and then there's going to be 3 pad eyes that are mounted to act as runners for that bungee system. So those pad eyes are included in the kit. You may have gotten it, you may not have. The screws for those pad eyes are yet to. They were put in the mail on Friday or Thursday, just because that was one of those. Oh, look, they're still sitting on the table type things, which kind of falls in line with the theme of the class so far.
Shoot, I think you're mailing them to my California address here in Port Angeles. Okay.
So the idea there is it's 6 little short set screws. They come in a bag that look like this, that was the one part. And Stephen, yours may have, because you picked yours up. I don't know if they included those in your kit. But there was a bag that just had 6 little screws in it.
Some 6 little wood screws.
Yeah,
Okay. They came in the wood screws. Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, they're I think they're 1/2 inch.
Yeah, that looks about right. Could you actually show your bungee system? Zoom in on that, or just walk it over close to the camera. I'm looking at my iPhone and it looks tiny. Could you get even a little closer? I'm trying to understand how is that mounted, that bungee? So the pintails are mounted. Not the pintails. What did you call these things?
So the metal parts or the pad?
The pad eye. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. And so you just have it
on here. They're black. In the kit, they came as stainless steel.
Correct.
There's a bag of those.
And I'm sorry. So
there's 2 larger eyes and 3 smaller eyes. The 3 eyes that are smaller are designed for the rudder system.
Okay. So the larger ones are used for the bungee. And
so one of those larger pad eyes we're going to install behind our mast step. That's going to be our downhaul for when you're mounting your when you've got your sail installed.
Sure.
And then the second one was there as an extra if you wanted to put an extra like little bow eye on the front or back of the transom, something like that.
Okay, then I'm still a bit confused on these pad eyes on the rudder. So you have one on each side with like a bungee knot going through it. Is that?
Yeah.
Did I see that?
We're going to install that. You've got the pad eye, one on each side.
Got it.
1 3/4 inch up. Honestly, it's mostly kind of eyeballing it, kind of straight across from the backside of the rudder.
And then do you have one on the backside there as well?
Yeah. So the pad eye for the rudder
is
mounted right to the backside.
And that holds both the bungee and the rudder raising mechanism.
Exactly.
Okay.
So you've got the bungee runs through that cord, and then also your uphaul, which kind of comes up over the sheave.
Yeah, got that.
Runs up and over the sheave under the tiller, and allows you to flip that rudder up.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
should I just wait until I have everything glass before I put these pad eyes and bungee systems all together? It kind of
Yeah,
seems like
that's
it's a
what I would
final assembly
suggest.
kind of thing.
Is wait till once you've got all the finish done.
Yeah.
That way you're not having to deal with extra holes.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you should be able to just drill you can go with a pretty small pilot hole and just hand set those screws for these eyes.
Okay.
And
Okay.
then there's one on each side. And again, it's kind of just eyeballing that. We're looking to just kind of eyeball that level. But you're basically off of the flat right above that foil, where the foil goes from that knife edge to just the more rounded, flat backside of that rudder. This is also something if for later on when you're doing the final assembly, any questions, I'd love to be able to answer those for you too. And we can set up, call me, email me, or we can set up a Zoom, walk you through the class as well, or through an installation if anyone needs it.
So just remind me, I'm going to take this back apart. Remind me what is just being wetted and what should we put fiberglass on?
So what I would suggest is for as far as kind of the durability, is we want to fiberglass the outside face of the cheek itself, and then you can just wet out the rest of it. What that does, and kind of in that same process, if you want to, you can. It wouldn't be bad to bond the cheek doubler to that cheek. I don't see of any reason why not to. It gives it a little bit more durability, and it's just as easy to replace both parts as it is one.
And do I bond the cheek doubler on and then glass over that with the ridge there? Or do I glass over the cheek and then glue the doubler piece on top of that?
So I would glass the cheek itself, and then
Okay.
you can put that doubler over the top of it. Just
Okay.
bond it on there. You could even, if you've got it all kind of ready to go, you could put that glass, give it, a little bit of time to start to gel up, and then you can actually just bed that doubler right on top of it, and you should get fair bond, and maybe 3 clamps, one on each corner.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, and then it's also just fitting that tiller, and that's kind of, again, that's just lining it up and shooting that 1/4 inch hole through there, and then inserting that barrel bolt, and that's going to give you your final rudder assembly. And yeah, again, we'll get those longer screws out, longer bolts out as soon as we can.
Joel, on those cheek doublers, should we put the fiberglass side out, even though it's going to show cheek doubler? But if we're painting the rudder, we wouldn't see that anyway.
Yeah, I mean, if that is, I mean, there's not going to be any detriment to doing that. I mean, it's kind of, it'd be, I mean, I think as far as, I mean, you're going to have the added strength of the fiberglass, whether it's inside or out. But if you're going to, if you're thinking to bond that doubler to the cheek after you've glassed it, you could put that raw side on the inside and then put the labeled side on the outside, and that would give you the that way you don't have to prep that surface. If that was probably a lot longer answer than it needed to be.
Well, I was just thinking that way I'd have fiberglass on, in a sense, both sides of the cheek doubler.
Sure. No, I mean, that's definitely something you can do if you would like. There's zero detriment. And then I'm running through this kit. I'm just kind of looking at positioning for as far as the pintles go. I think what we can do is actually keep those same. Sorry, I'm actually in a fair state of confusion. That's probably pretty obvious. Just on what happened between the previous renditions of the kit. I've assembled 3 of these now, and this one is different from all 3. I think because I'm looking at the pintle placement here, and what it seems like to me is that the pintles are too low on the rudder assembly, which would allow those bolts that are that came with the kit to be long enough to kind of bolt that assembly together. And then what we'll need to send out is the hardware to actually attach the pintles themselves to the rudder assembly. Because the way it sits right now, if we're going to go with those, the holes as they stand is that they're going to be too low. It'll have the rudder itself kind of sitting a little bit higher than it needs to be once it's installed in the boat.
So I'm sorry, are you saying that the pintles all the holes need to be re-drilled? It needs to be mounted differently?
Well, what I'm saying is what it seems like, I'm looking at the assembly, these bolts is bolting those parts together without the pintles.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
And the idea there, and the reason being is that I'm lining that up with the boat itself. And if we're going to mount this as it stands, that's going to keep that. I mean, that is because and I guess where my confusion is right now, and I'm kind of tying myself into knots with words, is that it was not translated any of the change here, and so the mount of these pintles is a little bit lower, but I'm trying, and it's just making sure that the placement is where it's easily installed, and then it lines up properly with the deck itself.
So if I understand you correctly, it sounds like maybe we use this hardware that was a little too short to just actually hold that all together without the pintail, and then we're going to drill new spots for the pintail.
Yeah, that's
right.
And where I'm at right now is honestly not having the Brandon who designed the entire rudder kit, the assembly here, to kind of pick his brain on questions. I think what we could go for right now, is that these bolts are going to hold that assembly together. I also, I'm thinking out loud as much as anything, just because I'm just frustrated. So.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Get it figured out. As long as the new pintail locations isn't, impacted by the prior holes, right?
I think we can pretty much. It's fine the way it sets, the way it and it actually alleviates a problem from the this rendition of that, the tiller does hit that little sculling notch. And maybe that's what he was going for with moving those down. So we'll completely disregard my minor freak out there for the last 5 minutes, and we'll go with the same assembly, and I'll make sure to send out everybody the right size bolts.
Okay. Okay. So we're just a bolt problem. Okay. Oh, no problem. And the rudder itself is just going to get wetted out, right? No, no fiberglass or anything, right?
Yeah, I was going to get to that with the other foil. The important thing with these is ideally we want to sheathe the blade of the foils in fiberglass.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and and it'll be kind of laying it out and then draping, kind of prepping the surface, and draping the fiberglass over those foils.
Okay, I'll wait till we get there.
Yeah, and that was going to be kind of the last thing I touch on today. And hopefully if everything goes a little more smoothly than the rudder assembly, we should be good.
Do you want to move on to the trunk after this, or do you want us to wet out and glass the cheeks?
So as far as I would hold off on the glassing, wetting out on the rudder parts. Most just because kind of running through that, just getting the assembly out of the way, just kind of understanding how everything goes together, because you'll be able to kind of post.
Okay.
I'm going to come back to that. Just to make sure that I'm not running ultra long here.
Okay. That's our homework.
Yeah, so once that kind of moves through the rudder assembly, kind of the next step is going to be to fit this dagger board. Is kind of making sure that we're finding a good snug fit, making sure that but also make sure that it's not kind of compressing the sides of that dagger board trunk, and just allowing us to get a nice fit, because all we're looking for is to be able to get it into place. That way we can come back and make an install later. The fit on this, it's okay to be a little bit loose.
Okay.
Just in the fact that we're going to wrap this in fiberglass, and which is going to give it a little bit more bulk. And you may have to go in and do a second refit once the final install is there.
Yeah, mine's short.
Yeah, so what it is, like, it's you know, you get creative with tools. Some aggressive sandpaper could even do it as well. But you're looking for those high spots. It's just kind of a test fit, refit type thing. The other thing you can do as well is with the trunk itself is kind of go through, ease those corners. I've got a little rasp here.
Okay.
A little block plane works well. Because remember with that trunk, it had those radius corners. If your corners are kind of square in the boat, that's fine. We'll be able to backfill that when we install when the trunk gets installed. But what I'm looking to do is just basically put a nice little soft edge on the corner of that trunk. And in turn, that's going to allow that to take the fiberglass and also make it look nice.
Sorry, I need to mute you. Sorry.
So I don't make too much. So yeah, because I've just kind of worked through. My kind of tool of choice was the rasp, but it's loud and kind of crude, but it tends to move a little more wood than sawdust. So basically what I've done is just taken that trunk and just kind of refit, and I'll just kind of keep testing it until I can get it to kind of seep through. And I'm kind of happy with that fit there. Just making sure that we do like the fit. I'm pretty happy with it. It's a little snug, but it's also one of those, if you hold your mouth right, it tends to go in and out a little easier. But once you've got that, the hole for the seat all fit out, and you're happy with the fit there, we're going to flip the boat over, and we got to perform the same steps for the bottom of the boat. And there you're looking, because there's the boat has rocker, and you'll notice the trunk glued up has that same rocker to basically match that same shape at the bottom of the boat. And that's also going to tell you, hey, you're putting it in right. So you're wanting that, when you've got the boat flipped over, you're wanting that to fit down, and when it's pushed in to meet the contour of the bottom of that boat.
How tight is this supposed to fit? I'm really snug. If it gets squeezed in a little bit in the trunk, is the centerboard going to fit through it? Is there a little play built into that?
Yeah, so I mean, you want it to be a good fit, but I would say you want to open it up so it's. I wouldn't say you'd want it snug. If it's kind of pinching the trunk, maybe open it up just a little bit more. You can see how mine just kind of. There's not a lot of movement there, but it does slide in and out fairly easy. And just the idea there is that having a little bit of daylight around the edge is not ultimately bad, because it allows us to get some epoxy penetration down in that crack.
Okay.
And just make it a little bit better, more insured of a better seal, keeping water out.
And how much is this trunk gonna? Are we cutting? It sits proud out a little bit, right? For it to fit flush. Do we end up cutting that smooth?
Yeah. So what ends up happening here is it will we'll go around kind of the. You basically go through and you'll add a bead of epoxy around that edge, unthickened epoxy to try and penetrate down into that gap.
Okay.
And you're going to bond it into place. And once the trunk itself is completely in place, you can take a flush cutting Japanese saw and just and cut it flush.
Got it.
Now that I got the bottom hole all happy, I'm going to flip the boat back right side up.
Joel, do you have any ideas on how to enlarge the scupper hole we were looking at blocking?
I mean, a couple options. You could sneak in with a little bit larger. You can kind of sneak in. I'll move the camera. You could sneak in with your drill to kind of square out, and at least give you a place that you're kind of an intended goal. And then you could come to it with like a keyhole saw, like a small little hand saw would work. Yeah, I mean, I imagine, I mean, that's probably the best option, would be to carve that out. Again, I've taken this, because I've taken one of the boats that has the sail kit already installed out rowing a number of times, and I haven't had a problem with it water and kind of retaining water there. It may just be an extra step that is more hassle than benefit. But yeah, if you want to go ahead and go and open those up, I think if you've got a rasp, a square edge rasp, would allow you to kind of work it and just take some time and work that up into a wider square hole instead of the round scupper there. And then the other scenario is just come off to one side or the other with a little bit larger drill bit and just drill a hole through the bottom of that seat support.
Okay, thanks. I think I'm gonna just opt for a spot.
step away for just 1 second. I'm gonna run and grab some water. One thing you can do as well with the excess, if you've got some of that excess, with the excess trunk that's proud, you can, you can kind of take a look at the fit. If say that bottom does look nice and plumb to the hole, and you get it pretty flush, you can just leave that face flush, and then just come back and mount put all the excess kind of protruding from the seat deck. This can also be vice versa. You could mount the seat flush and leave the piece coming out of the bottom long for the installation there, if you wanted to. But I tend to find that it's easier to keep the long end on the seat and then leave a little on the bottom as well, just so you've got some trim to, and you can make sure to get it just a nice flush joint right along the edge.
Would you remind me, sorry.
Go ahead.
So just remind me, are we gonna fiberglass the trunk?
Yeah, so we'll basically what we're going to do for the class is we're going to get it fit so that it's ready to get installed, and then we're going to give it a quick fiberglass this afternoon, and then once that kicks, you'll be able to install that.
I'm just trying to think about in terms of how tight my fit is here, and if now I'm going to be adding epoxy and fiberglass on it, I probably need to even build in a little bit more cushion.
Right. Yeah, and it may just be, yeah, if you want to go ahead and add that extra, it's having the flexibility of or knowing that it's may need to be refit for that final install.
Joel, the kit's obviously long for the trunk. So what you're saying is you're paralleling the deck just to make sure it fits? Is that, so the what edge is the reference edge, I guess is what I'm asking.
So the idea with the extra, the trunk being long, is that when we come in to bond it in, you get it bonded in from the inside, and you found the orientation that you want. There wasn't one set edge that was oriented to be proud or not. The idea is that there's extra that when we bond it in, that you then come back and then just trim the extra off, whether it be at the top, at the bottom, or both.
I was just, I mean, basically, is the top flat? Is the top designed to be flat to the deck level? As far as
so
it's in that orientation, it's aligned because you have little play there. I mean, mine's pretty stiff. It's not moving much, but I can adjust the angle a little bit, and sometimes that makes a difference in performance and everything else. So the question is, how was it designed as far as what is your reference edge so that I know what the angle is supposed to be?
So, I mean, ideally the aft end of the trunk should be parallel to the support of your seat. Is that what you're, and because you're talking about forward and back orientation. So if there's some play, so if you're saying this way, if there's play, I mean, ideally the aft edge, the rear edge of the daggerboard trunk should be in parallel with that seat support structure. If you've got if it cants forward or back a little bit one way or the other, it's not going to change the performance of the boat. I think it'd be so negligible that it's really not going to make much of a difference.
Okay, thank you. Just an old school racer.
Gotcha. Yeah, because ideally when we bond in once you're ready to bond in the daggerboard trunk, you're going to run that fillet along between the sides of the trunk and that upright forward or rear support for the seat, and basically bonding that part to this part just to give it a little more structural integrity. And once we've got the trunk, once you've got figuring out the fit and what that's going to look like, we'll kind of put that trunk off to the side because we're going to fiberglass that right at the end. At the same time that we go to our to fiberglass the foils, and that'll be kind of the last step of the day.
For sailing, can it no longer be used for a rowboat?
No.
What about the whole, with the daggerboard one? The water running?
They've thought about that. They've got a, signals over the top.
Oh,
So,
that plugs it?
well, yeah, the water would have to come up, it would splash all the way up.
Oh.
And it just stops it from
Oh.
getting your butt wet.
Oh.
But water can come in the inside there. Sorry, I've been working on my trunk fitting. I got it fit now. I've set it aside. So what are we working on now? Something with the mat step?
So right now we're just obviously just giving time for folks to kind of fit that trunk.
Okay.
The next step we're going to move towards is going to be installing a little bit of hardware, and that's going to be the down the down tie for
Okay.
the sail. It's going to get installed right behind the mast step. We'll go ahead and get that installed now, just because it's going to be a little easier to get to access wise while the mast step is out. Once we bond that mast step in, it just makes it a little harder to kind of get your hands underneath and install. And what we're looking for there is we've got the bag that's got the shorter 3/4 inch little bolts with the nylon nuts. We'll need 2 of those, and then one of the larger of the 2 pad eyes. Those are the stainless steel pad eyes there. And there's 2 sizes in there. We're looking for one of the larger ones. The 3 small ones will go onto the rudder, and then the other large one is an extra. So if you want to use it as like a bow eye or another tie down point, that's fine.
And this is literally going to go on the right in front of the mast hole there in the curve.
Let me go ahead and I'll zoom in.
Yeah, zoom in there. Much better.
Yeah, and the idea there is that it's the down tie for the sail, and we're just going to mount that right through that doubler, which gives us some extra support. Just kind of eyeballing that, and we'll shoot the holes for that, and then I'll get a drill bit size here in just a second. And that 3/16 inch bit will work fine for pushing those holes.
On the placement of that pad eye, are you just right in the center of that that area there? Are you cheating it a little bit more forward or aft? Are you right in the center between the hole and the upper radius there?
Yeah, I've just kind of eyeballed it, kind of right,
Okay.
yeah, center between the hole and the backside of the doubler. It's not something that has to be exacting location.
Okay.
And I went ahead and pushed one of the bolts through before I drill a second hole. That way it makes it a little easier for getting the orientation of that second hole. I'm not worried about it wandering.
And I'm sorry, that was a 3/16 bit?
Correct, 3/16, and that's a good snug fit for that little bolt.
I'll put me on.
How far back from the mast hole are you?
I basically just cut that distance in half, I would say, and I was just eyeballing it. It wasn't no exact. I wasn't super exact with the orientation there. Just kind of eyeballed, find a spot, looks good, and went with it. And then I'll just reach under and back those little bolts with the nuts that are in the kit there. You can reach back there, a pair of pliers to squeeze to clamp on that nut. A little 3/8 wrench works fine as well. And you can kind of just reef and down on that until I get that bolt to come through. once we get that little piece of hardware, our next step is going to be kind of moving towards prepping our mast step, as well as the boat for installation of our mast step. And that's that carbon fiber tube section. There's a couple important things there as far as prepping for that. One is that it's got a nice, the biggest being is that it's got a nice shine to it. And to get a proper bond, just with any other epoxy applications, we need to knock the shine off of that part. Just to get it to, so make sure that our epoxy really has something to latch onto. And so what we're looking to do is that it's about maybe an inch proud, a little more of that once it's resting on the bottom of the boat. But any of the parts that are kind of at the deck or above, we need to make sure that we really scuff up with some sandpaper, just so, again, so that that epoxy is got something to grab a hold of and make a nice mechanical bond. And then all I'm doing there is just taking some fairly coarse grit. I've got 120 here just because I couldn't find the 80. 80 is ideal, and just really scratching up, scuffing up that surface. And we're going to want to do the same, complete the same process for the bottom of that mast step. And just so we're getting a good.
Steven, can you mute your mic?
Oh, sorry.
Just so we're getting a good bond to the bottom, or getting a good bond to the step, and then also getting a good bond where it is going to get seated. And that's also on the edge that's got a bevel to it. We're wanting to scuff up just the bottom, probably half an inch to an inch of the inside of that tube, because once we find the final resting spot for this mast step, we're going to actually mix up some pretty thick epoxy and put it in a squeeze bag, and we're going to pour it down in the bottom of the mast step, and it basically is going to create a plug that mast step sits on, and that's what's going to give it a really nice, good hold, and give it good placement.
I assume we also want to scratch up the boat too.
Yeah, exactly. And that was going to be my next point to make, is where we're going to be attaching the mast step into the boat. We're going to want to reach in there with that sandpaper, and you can be fairly aggressive and sand out that surface to make sure it's ready for bond. Because we're gonna get this tube fit in, and we're gonna kind of play around with the position, kind of get it to where we like it. And because the bevel, there's a bevel cut on the bottom of the tube itself, but it's kind of, it falls in line with kind of the wood and the computer don't always agree. So we'll actually kind of, we'll do some kind of eyeball orientation for that. Because another thing that happens, the mast, I mean, the most important thing is that with the orientation of the mast step is side to side, that we get it pretty well centered. Forward to back, as far as the cant of the mast, if it's perfectly up and down, or even if it leans forward a little bit, the downhaul of the sail, once it's engaged, puts a pretty good, a nice little bend in that carbon mast. And so we'll be setting kind of that angle, just kind of almost basically eyeballing it, just to get a nice look. And we'll actually, using the tiller, works pretty well as a reference on the orientation of that. But before we get in there, we just want to make sure that all of our surfaces are scuffed up and are ready for bonding. And I've got my little cell phone flashlight handy, that using that to just make sure I can take a look down in there that I've got that surface all scuffed up. One thing that's a good idea as well, you've got that, you've got the inside of the boat scuffed up. I just went in with a dry rag, just a cotton rag, and just kind of giving a quick wipe down of the dust, trying to get rid of a majority of the surface dust that's on there. You could also, I mean, you could lightly dampen that rag as well. You just don't want to leave any kind of residue there that the epoxy may not like when we go to bond here in a moment. It's also a good time, if you've got some masking tape, kind of have that handy, or just tape in general. What we're going to do is once we kind of find the orientation that we're happy with the boat, with our mast step, kind of using I'll use the tiller as a reference with that. Once we're happy with that, we're going to basically just tape it in place, kind of find that orientation where it likes to be, and we're going to come in and we'll mix up some epoxy. That tape's going to help us kind of hold registration of that part, keep it in where it wants to be, as well as kind of serve as a little dam to keep all the epoxy from running out of the bottom of our mast step when we go to pour it. And that kind of, I mean, obviously the biggest importance yesterday when we did the orientation of the mast doubler, we put the hole in for the mast step, is lining that center line up which basically would give you the alignment of the center line where those two planks are joined in the bottom. And one nice thing for getting that mast step aligned is that you can see if you don't have if the boat's not painted, and it still may work with it painted, you can come in with a flashlight underneath it and shine it, and light will come through that crack between the bottom planks. You can also just take a light and look right down into the mast step and see that you're centered on that center line of the boat. And what I've done is I've grabbed my tiller handle, and I'm actually, I'm just kind of playing. I've kind of just playing around with the orientation, with the placement of this mast step, just to try and get an idea, of what looks good. Just kind of looking, and I'm using this as basically I take that and bring it right up to the inside edge of that step, and that's just going to tell me what the position, the orientation of that mast is forward and back. Again, it's got that little bit of bevel already induced on the bottom of that tube. And so for myself, that's the orientation I have currently is with that tube, that 20-degree bevel that's on the bottom of that tube, kind of laying flush to the bottom of the boat. And I'm pretty happy with that. It looks, and again, it's you're just kind of going by eye here, because once we downhaul that sail, once you've got it under tension, that's going to put that mast in the proper orientation. But this also can give you the idea, it's kind of up against that side, but the left and right, that center line from the bottom plank should really give you a good idea if you're happy there. I'm not sure how well I can purvey this with the camera, but I'll give her a go. But the idea is that, so I'm setting that center line, getting my alignment for that mast step from the center line of the bottom plank of the boat. And you can see kind of in the bottom of that tube, I've got a flashlight kind of running past. You can see when it goes through that, it's the joint between the two bottom planks. And Stephen, I don't know with your boat being painted on the bottom, if we'll get light that'll transmit through. But you can also just take the light from the top and you should be able to project that. You can see it right there. You should still be able to project that center line and get a good position for center for that carbon tube.
No, I see it just fine. I guess my question is the mast step that we put in. I mean, even that could be off a 1/16 of an inch one way or the other. So by the time it gets to the top of the mast, it could be leaning left or right quite a bit, right?
Right, and that was kind of one of the other things too, is that we're looking to find that positioning. If you've got a couple degrees, I mean, even more than a couple degrees, one way, forward, back, right to left. Once you get that, once you have the tail on the sail under tension, it's going to tend to kind of pull some of that indiscrepancy out.
Okay.
But ideally, I mean, we should be pretty darn close since we struck that center line in the seat. And then we've also got the center line in the bottom of the boat.
It looks good.
Okay. Yeah, and so what I've done is I've come in with some just some blue painter's tape. I'll be able to get in there or not. Just at the bottom of the mast. You can kind of see it. That blue painter's tape is basically what I'm doing is once I'm just looking, kind of tweaking that the position.
Oh, I see.
Of that mast step, and the downhill side, I'm just creating a nice dam with that tape, as well as using that tape to give me a good position, to hold that position that I'm happy with. And I've got some tape in there, and it's also, we've got the, come back and give it a little bit more. That's what I was kind of referring to with using the tiller, just as kind of a reference guide. It allows you to project the angle of that step kind of up, just giving you an idea of now that you've got it taped in, it's kind of in place. I can lay the angle of that tiller into the tube, and it should project give you a pretty good idea of the direction that mast is going to send that step is going to send your mast. So if you're looking at it and you're like, wow, I'm really leaning hard right or hard left, you can go in and kind of make that adjustment. And even with that tape, it's just kind of giving it some pressure. And it's just kind of working and kind of trusting your eye in getting it to be as plumb as possible.
So are we just putting tape around the bottom so that when we put the plug in, it won't ooze out?
Yeah, so it's putting that tape in, and it's also going to help just hold the orientation of that mast step. Just making sure it doesn't decide to go for a walk. But yeah, I put a pretty healthy layer of tape on there, just so it does serve one. It's so nothing. I know I'm happy that nothing's going to move, and two, that it's going to stop any if the epoxy decides to make a break for it. It's going to hold it in place and keep it from kind of running out of my where I want to bond.
And then later on, once that hardens up, we can go in and put a fillet around the bottom.
Because it's pretty well braced at the deck. I mean, there's that epoxy puck, because we're going to put a fair bit of structural blend in that epoxy. It's going to do it'll do pretty much all. It'll give you pretty much all you need to hold in. If you want to go back and fortify that with a fillet, because we're also going to have a fillet here at the deck. If you want to go back and re-fortify that with a fillet at the base, you're more than welcome to do that. I don't think that it's ultimately necessary.
Thanks.
Fill up my water one more time. Yeah, it's a good idea. Yeah, it's kind of recheck that placement of that mast step, just to make sure you're happy with it. See, I don't know. So that inch and a half will work. Probably fit in there. Yeah, and if you've got your oars handy, the 1.5-inch diameter oar shafts fit into that tubing. You can also insert that if you want to project up even higher, to just get a good picture of the angle that mast is coming out of the deck. But you probably want to make sure that it's very well taped down if you went that route. Kind of heavy. So I've got that mast step in. I'm happy with the position. I've kind of checked it, rechecked it. I like that angle. It's definitely going to be well within the positioning of once it gets reefed and sails on it, it's going to be good to go. My next step is looking towards is mixing up some epoxy and getting ready for filling the bottom of that mast step, pouring in a little bit of epoxy there, and getting that plug, basically that little puck for that mast step to hold on to.
Are we talking like the bottom inch of the plug, or how thick of a plug are we talking here?
Yeah, we're gonna pour. I mean, basically, what we're trying to do is because that's at an angle, we're gonna get enough epoxy in there to get it above and basically have a flat surface in the bottom of that plug, basically to get rid of that. To fill it up because the mast step built there, and we basically want to get it up at least as high as that forward face of that mast step, if that makes sense.
Yep, got it.
This is also something is once we get, and I was going to explain, once we get the epoxy poured, we can also kind of drop the bow of the boat just a little bit to help that level out inside that, to make sure that we're getting all those edges covered. And I'm just starting out with one pump there. And I've got a bag ready as well, just because you want to be pretty exact with getting the epoxy in there. We don't want to leave any blobs of epoxy on the inside of our mast step, because anything there is going to just inhibit allowing us to drop that mast into place. So we'll be careful to do that. The best way is going to be just to use a bag, I think, and just squeeze right from the center.
So how much are you mixing up?
So I just did basically one pump. Just one set. I'm just to start with the minimum and then work up from there. I'm also using the rocket system, so I may be making a little bit more. I can't remember what the metering is for the other system. Yeah, I mean, I started with one pump. It's one of those things that's, I can make more. I'd rather have to make more than waste some.
And this is no flour in this thing, right?
Well, we're gonna start. You want to go ahead and mix it, and then we're gonna thicken it up. We want a good structural blend. You don't want it full fillet thickness. just because you are looking for a little bit of flow there. But what you want it to, now kind of, I'll get it mixed up and kind of show you what mine looks like when it comes out. Yeah, we're just looking for it to be almost thick enough to stand up on itself, where it does have a little bit of flow. So it'll level out in the bottom of that mast step, but not so liquidy that it finds all the little holes and gaps and wants to go flowing all over the boat.
Okay.
So I've got with my blend here, I mean, it will still kind of fall off my mixing stick. It won't completely hold up under its own weight, but it does have, if I took a little bit, it will, but it's still got a little bit of flow there. And that's what we're looking for. We're just wanting to, when we drop it into the center of that mast step, that it just flows out nicely. And once I've got it mixed up, I'm going to drop it into my Ziploc bag.
Well,
Just make a little squeeze bag. And once I've got my squeeze bag, so again, it's being really careful that we're squeezing it in from the center of the tube and just let it kind of flow out at the bottom. What we don't want is, and also think about the angle of your boat, making sure that gravity is going to take it to the bottom. We're trying our very best to not get any epoxy on the sides of the tube as we're pouring it in. But so I'm just kind of starting it just right here in the middle, and I'm going to just squeeze it in. And after I've done that, I'm just going to go back with my flashlight here and just give it a quick check. Very nice. And mostly there, just kind of making sure you're getting good coverage. So yeah, I mean, that one pump for me of epoxy was more than enough. I'm gonna go back and give it a little more just for good measure. But it's just kind of looking down there and making sure that's flowing. One thing you can do is if it's still kind of mounted up on you, if you've got like a stick, like a skewer, chopstick, something like that, and you need to kind of spread it out because it's a little too thick, that's fine. But again, it kind of falls into be careful not to get any on the sides because it'll bond to the side there, and putting sandpaper on a little scrap of wood or something and trying to sand that out or get it dislodged would be a bit of a formidable task. But yeah, and again, when you're mixing up, make sure you've got some flow. And then for me, I've got some extra epoxy here. So I'll take the extra, and because we had that extra space between the mast step and that mast doubler, there's a little, for me, there's a little gap. You can, I'll take that squeeze bag that I've got already prepared, and I'm going to push epoxy down and fill that gap, creating a little back pressure just to make sure that it really gets in there good and tight. And this will also kind of, once I've got that filled, I'll come back and do a light bead around that mast step, so I can, I'll just come back, clean that up with either a fillet stick or use the old fashioned finger fillet, because that's about the right, just a really small diameter fillet is what we're looking for. That was a hair thick, so it's still kind of standing up, the epoxy on the bottom. So I just went in with and gave it a little bit of a stir to help spread that out. But I mean, I would say you're looking in the range of about 1/4 to 1/2 inch of epoxy poured into there, kind of as that puck for it to just to kind of hold its position. You don't want to fill the entire thing up, or you won't have anywhere to put your mast. And for myself, mostly with that little fillet that I ran around the mast step, I'm more worried about making sure that any of the space between the carbon tubing and the wood is filled, that I've got some penetration down in any of those gaps or holes. As I'll probably come back tomorrow, sand, and then run a bigger fillet around that, just to really kind of to beef it up and make sure that I'm really happy with that. And if you've got the means, you've got the epoxy and the blend already, you're more than welcome to run that fillet now as well. All right. And this also is an opportunity if you've got some extra, if you do have some extra epoxy from that last step, we've got those doublers or any of those extra kind of scrap pieces. As far as mounting is kind of preparing for to be able to mount the rudder. We can go ahead and tack on a doubler below if you don't already have one in place, below the deck, the aft deck of the boat. So back here, because I think in the first class, we did install those doublers down towards the bottom of that transom. Whereas we're probably going to need it, or you are going to need it kind of right under the deck of that, right under that seat. It's going to be mounted probably about an inch below that seat. Kind of the best way to get that, to kind of facilitate that is give yourself if you've got some extra epoxy, some thickened epoxy, you can really make it thick, like a chunky peanut butter thick, and you give a good coat on that, and you can actually just kind of push it in to your placement. And if you've got the epoxy thick enough, it will stay in place on its own. And that would be a good fix for getting another doubler installed for that gudgeon.
Sorry, I stepped away for a second. You're putting another doubler on the transom. Is that a piece that came with the kit, or?
Yeah, I think in the kits, I tried to include some extra kind of scrap pieces of ply. I'm not sure if you should be in there. They're not. They're basically they're pieces of plywood that aren't labeled. Kind of nondescript. They're a couple sizes.
All right, I must have set them down somewhere.
And if you don't find them,
no.
You have your trunk template. At this point, we
Yes.
don't have it anymore.
Okay.
And
Would
just
they-
using about let's say you cut a 4-inch section out of that, will be quite adequate.
Ah. I'm not sure mine came with extra pieces of wood, but I do have the trunk template.
Okay. Yeah, what I would say is with that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Inside the bag, there's some really small ones.
Okay.
That's the ones we're talking about?
Yeah, it's probably they're not big.
Okay, got it.
There should be one as wide as the gudgeon.
Yep, looks about that. Okay. And we're just doing a single one of these right underneath the seat.
Yeah, and so the idea there is that
Oh, it's right above the existing doubler.
sorry, what was that?
It's right above that prior doubler that was stuck in there.
Yeah, and because I think we mounted those doublers at the bottom of the transom. I think it's just going to be a little too low. What we're looking to do is basically reach in there and just we want to put another doubler just right under this deck, kind of just
Okay.
kind of tucking it up close. We're mostly looking, and I wouldn't even worry about scuffing the surface of the epoxy. For bonding strength, we're not looking for a super fortified structural bond there. We're mostly just needing that extra bit of material for purchase for those bolts, just because we're gonna incur a little bit more strain and stress on that this thinner 4 mil plywood transom, and having that 6 mil backer on there just gives you a little bit more confidence that that's not going to decide to give up on you one day.
And I can use some of this leftover.
Yeah, if you've got leftover, but you're just looking for it to be thick.
Yeah.
Like, and that way that when you can kind of reach in and just kind of stick it in place. You're just kind of eyeballing it off center. You're looking at the sculling notch here to give you a good idea what center is, and you're just kind of ballparking it in there. Should be good. I think I'll do the same.
Are we going to be using that thickened epoxy for anything else besides the doubler?
I mean, it's if you've got it and you depends on how much you have left. You could run your fillet around the mast step there. We've done that already. Another thing you could look at is you could glue your trunk plug. That's the smaller of the trunk plug there. You can go ahead and get those parts bonded together.
Sounds good.
But yeah, it's basically it's filling those. You can use the dowels for orientation, but it's basically kind of one clamp in the middle, one clamp on top, and get that all. You can do both parts, these that bonded together and to this all in one shot.
All right.
So and that's just as much just for kind of conservation of epoxy. And so basically I just went in and peanut buttered some toast. I had a couple of those extra transom doublers laying in my pile of boat parts over here. And so that's what I'll end up pushing up in there. But it's basically, I put a pretty thick smear of some very thickened epoxy in there. And that's just going to allow me to kind of reach in there and find the placement I want and then leave it. But yeah, I'll definitely emphasize extra thick for it to stay up there by itself. If you're worried about it walking off too, you can always throw in a couple pieces of tape. Just to kind of support that. And be able to sleep better at night knowing that your doubler didn't slouch to the bottom of the transom. We've got a fleet of swimmers swimming by the Maritime Center right now. There's probably 20 of them out there. They're all dragging buoys, so they must have been swimming for a while. Yeah, I mentioned earlier, if you got some extra epoxy, the trunk plug is something we can get glued up, and that's just that's a plug for if you're out just rowing your boat, you don't want to put the sails in, yeah, just going for a leisure day. This keeps your butt dry when you're just out rowing, because if without the plug, it tends to kind of lap water up into up through the daggerboard trunk and makes for some wet shorts. And then I'm kind of working through like processing everything, because the last steps we're looking at for today are going to be getting our foils and our trunk glassed, and then also kind of recognizing the fact that I feel that the kind of what I've been able to convey today and then yesterday as well is a little on the incomplete side. And I think it'd be nice, and I'll take everyone's opinion as far as what scheduling looks like, but I'd be more than happy to do another class this week. And we'll run through the rest of the steps. That way we'll have our dagger board will be all set and we can get that installed, make sure everything goes in nice, and I'll be available for questions and demonstrate those steps.
I like that idea, Joel.
And I'm ultimately flexible, so I can definitely, and even if we wanted to move it kind of as an individual basis to answer questions, but yeah, I mean, I'd be more than happy to accommodate doing a third class. Because yeah, what the steps are that we're looking for after what we complete today is going to be the finishing the actual install of the dagger board trunk. And that's probably the trickiest, I guess the most, I guess has the most steps to kind of run through because there's still some prep there as well. It's kind of falling back to working with epoxy, and then anywhere we have cured epoxy, getting a good scuff up of those shiny surfaces. To really get in there, get some elbow grease on that shiny, just so we know we're going to get a really good bond that epoxy really has something to grab onto. We've got once we get all once we've got the foils all glassed up, and once they're ready to get assembled, we also have to add the top cap to the dagger board itself. And that's what's going to hold it on the deck of the boat.
Oh yeah.
Once it's installed. So I mean, I think that there is a lot of steps that definitely I think it'd be good that I could go over and everyone can see that and get a demo. I just don't know if that works for schedules and timing.
Well, I think either way, my schedule's pretty open, but either way, you'd have a recording of it for those people who couldn't make it.
Sure.
Our schedule is open, Joel.
Okay.
If I'm the one pain in the butt guy, my schedule's open except for tomorrow, except for Monday. So it's up to you guys, though. I can watch it later as well, or we can talk one-on-one.
One thing I could think about is if we wanted to do it later this week, could do like an afternoon, and that would also allow me to get the missing parts in the mail.
Oh, smart, yeah.
And that way we can get them in the mail, and we can go from there. Maybe like a Thursday or Friday.
Okay.
If that works.
That would be fine with us.
Yeah, I'd say if you had to pick Friday to give you a little more time to get that stuff done.
Okay.
And maybe even get more information from the guy that designed that rudder about the height of that hardware.
Well, I think it took me a bit to conceptualize what I was looking at, because I put it next to the second rudder assembly that I built. And I was like, that doesn't look right. But thinking about it, kind of running through the logistics, was elevating that tiller a bit, made it more comfortable to sail. And I think that's why they moved it up. And then somewhere in the translation of info, those holes got moved. So the fit wasn't quite right. I think we're good on because the distance between the pintles is the same, but from 2.0 to 3.0, we just changed the location just a bit. And and I'll definitely check with him just to verify, but I would almost guarantee it's just to move that tiller up. And the idea there is that in the original, as it stands, the way we're building it here, our tiller comes in, and that tiller is going to ride nicely here on the transom, and it also keeps the tiller well above the transom itself, kind of away from that sculling notch. And the original rendition of it had that pintle a bit higher, where the tiller actually notched down in the sculling notch. And what would happen is once you got to this angle, your tiller was going to hit the edge of that skull, that notch. And if you torqued it all the way, you have the opportunity to optimize the rudder. So my guess is everything just got moved down an inch, and just allow for a little bit more room there, because there's definitely plenty of purchase with the rudder itself, with that foil still.
For what it's worth, Friday would work best for me.
Okay, Friday.
Does that gudgeon, that top one, go through the transom doubler there?
Yeah, so when we mount the top gudgeon, it'll be mounted. Yeah, the doubler is, you're using the transom doubler as your doubler for the gudgeon.
But even with the new placement of 3.0, does it hit that doubler?
Well, so yeah, it'll hit the doubler, I think, and it looks like the orientation there is really nice, because before, when we were installing it, the gudgeon was mounted all the way up as close to that sculling notch as we could get it, and it was still the tiller was still sitting in that notch. Here, what we'll do is we'll end up moving that gudgeon down to the bottom, and just to give, and I think that's going to give us kind of a kind of perfect orientation of that rudder. Again, I'll run this by Brandon tomorrow morning, or this afternoon. He's over in, he's got the family out paddleboarding somewhere in Eastern Washington, but he's usually good to respond. I'll just run through him, and I'll check in with Josh as well tomorrow, and we'll just to verify. But I'm about 93% confident on that. And I'll just make sure to get to that 100%. So yeah, I think, I mean, if there's a specific time, because I also don't want to eat up everyone's Friday. I'm available at any time. If we want to do, we could do noon like we have with these two classes. I'm okay to go later as well, if that works, or earlier. But I think a couple hours. I think a couple hours should be enough. And yeah, by Friday at noon, I'm hoping to have the new hardware sent out, all the kinks ironed out, and yeah, it should be a pretty quick, fairly simple job. Getting the last few steps dialed in.
I like this time slot's good. Be sometime between 12 and 4.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll shoot for noon. I'll get that link built for the Zoom class sent out sometime this week. And yeah, we'll shoot for that noon o'clock. And that way, I do apologize. It's kind of falls into the realm of first time, kind of learn as you go. Yeah, I feel like we're kind of at an incomplete stage right here, and I don't want to leave it that way. And it should be probably should be a pretty quick class too. So
And just for some homework here, I want to make sure I'm going to glass the other sides of these cheeks,
Yep.
and then glue the cheek spacer as well as the cheek double on, or epoxy those on. Am I also going to fiberglass the trunk?
Yeah, and I was still planning on running through that as kind of our final step for today. Is getting the foils, glass, kind of demo that, and then that way they're ready to go. The only homework for those will be putting a fill coat for the fiberglass, just to give that glass some durability. Yeah, we're looking at doing it's going to be glass in those foils, and yeah, if you want to throw some fiberglass on that on those cheeks as well. Bond and the cheek doublers, if that's I think it's not a bad move to go ahead and bond those to the cheeks themselves. So yeah, if you're at that stage, we go and start disassembling that rudder. And
So Joe, when you laid out all those parts and fiberglass them all at one time, would it make any sense to just flip it over and fiberglass the other the next day, or is that just too much?
sorry, let me repeat that for me real quick.
So you laid out all those small parts on the rudder and then fiberglassed them all at one time last night?
Mm-hmm.
Does it make sense to flip that over and fiberglass the other side of all those parts, or is that too much, or would it make it too thick?
Let me run through the cheek spacers. Definitely don't need to be bonded on both sides. Don't need fiberglass on both sides, just because you're going to start inducing a lot of extra space in there. Because you're going to get a little bit more buildup too when we seal the rest of those parts with epoxy. But if you did it in two batches, you did the cheek. If you did the cheek spacers with their own little piece of cloth, and then you did the cheeks and the cheek doublers, did all those, you could theoretically, yeah, you could go in and glass one side, flip it over, next day glass the other.
Okay. The bare minimum, the cheeks.
Yeah, the cheeks, I think you're adding a little bit more bulk than necessary there. If you're going with just yeah, I think that's a little more bulk than you need. I mean, I don't think it would hurt anything. It's just going to add a little bit of slop in the tolerance of that rudder.
Gotcha.
Yeah, if you're at the stage, kind of looking at the foils, any epoxy, any extra kind of squeeze out grips that are on that foil, we're looking to kind of take down with the sandpaper. Kind of round that, you'll see that more rounded edge. You can just give it a quick little sand. Because what we're going to do is we want to stand this part up on end. And we're going to bring that fiberglass around that rounded edge, and just so it allows for a nice kind of because what we're going to do is if we can find a place to clamp our our dagger board or our rudder foil in this particular orientation. It allows us to kind of drape that glass over and then squeegee our epoxy in as well. And we're gonna, for the rudder, we're gonna fiberglass just the bottom end of the foil. So you've got a handle, you've got something to hold on to down here. So for applying that epoxy and working it, and then it may be just kind of hanging it up and doing the final steps kind of vertically, just so to allow that epoxy to kind of run down that face. The biggest parts with the fiberglass that we're really looking to protect are this forward edge and the trailing edge, because this is a fairly thin edge. Is just having that glass sandwich on each side just going to give it an extra barrier for protecting itself against bumps and bangs and getting thrown around. Like for myself, prepping that edge, I'm not looking for a knife edge there. I'm actually taken down a little bit. You don't want to blunt it way back, but just leaving a little bit of meat there is going to just help protect it from getting banged up too bad down the road. If anybody was wondering, this is kind of how I've got the trunk plug glued up, just through three little spring clamps on there, hold the bottom part together, and then one in the middle. Just kind of hold everything together. If that little tab there, because the tab's there mostly kind of for 4.5 side to side, just to keep it from rattling around too much. And one thing I'll save for Friday is I'll kind of demonstrate a walkthrough installing the shot cord that holds both the dagger board as well as the plug down when the boat's in use. So with these steps with the foils, is we're wanting to be able to have a place for these to kind of hang when we put the fiberglass over it. I'm lucky to have these cabinets here. So if you want to go in your kitchen and do this step, you'll probably get yelled at. But yeah, basically it's just kind of getting creative and finding a place where you can hang be able to hang the foils once we put that fiberglass cloth on there. And that it's kind of not in the way and also not dripping epoxy on everything you own. For me, that's a workshop cabinet. I'm just taking my sandpaper, working soft edges onto all these foils. Yeah, for this first round, we're looking at just glassing that. You can see where the blade is on that foil, and then also have ready our dagger board trunk. We're going to get a nice, and it's really important here is that we're going to kind of look at the orientation of the dagger board when we pull it out of the boat. As we're going to, when we wrap this with fiberglass, we're going to wrap it around the forward edge. This is the edge that kind of hangs out by itself, because this backside, we're not worried about getting glass all the way around, because it's also going to have the bond where it fits up against our, will fit up nicely against the seat structure. So it's just making sure that there's nice round edges there. The round edges are just going to help facilitate that glass wrapping nicely and easily around that corner. I've got that, so I've got my forward edge on my trunk, just nice and cleaned up, got it round, smooth, sanded off. Just so I know that epoxy is gonna adhere to that, optimally adhere to that surface. I'm gonna bring everybody back over here so they can actually see what I'm doing. And the most important part of this with getting the trunk glass is making sure that we've got that forward edge wrapped nicely. That's going to be the most important part of this process. Just because we really want to fortify, we want that structure to be really well fortified. Because it's kind of out there on the own and it's fairly high stress part of the boat. And that glass just kind of keeps everything from wanting to kind of push itself apart. right now I'm just trimming up my cloth. I'm just kind of getting ready for getting everything staged. That way when I start mixing epoxy, I've got everything ready. Yeah, again, this will kind of be our last work for the day, is getting these parts glassed up. If you're running kind of short on time, need to scram, that's fine. This is something, yeah, ideally we'll get these glassed up. And then we put that, since we've got that class going on Friday, if you didn't want to do it now and you want to go enjoy sunshine, getting it done between now and Friday would be fine. Because this isn't, we're not really introducing anything new here. This is just the kind of the standard glassing process that we've used throughout the build. It's just kind of getting that, making sure that when we're wetting out that fiberglass, that we're getting full saturation of the cloth, make sure it's cleared all the way out, and then whether you do it now or do it later, it's going to need a second coat sometime within that cure window before it completely dries. Just come back in there and paint on a second coat of epoxy just to fill that fiberglass lead.
Joel, I have a question.
Yep.
I got this extra part in here. What do I do with this extra part that I have?
What's it look like?
It's a little yellow ducky.
I think you gotta draw a nice bath, get some bubbles going. And then you can throw the boat in with the bathtub with it.
So is that the watertight check? If you fill the boat up with water and the ducky floats, you're good?
That sounds right.
On the centerboard, or the daggerboard, are we glassing the entire thing? I know on the rudder you said it's just the lower half.
So I mean, for now and for ease of installation, we're looking at just doing that kind of that indented blade.
Okay.
Just kind of where that foil it's notched in. That's the place that is vulnerable to wear and tear. So we're looking. I'm kind of guess you're staring at my back. That doesn't help anybody. So we're looking at glassing basically from here down.
Yeah, got it.
And we'll leave that. I've got the top edge hiding behind the cabinet here, but yeah, we'll kind of glass from starting here and all the way to the tip of that foil. And then when we install that the cap on Friday, we're actually going to run a little fiberglass tape to tie in the foil to the cap. That way, it's got a nice strong connection. And it doesn't matter how hard you drop that thing into the boat, it's not gonna fault.
And then remind me again on the technique here, you're just gonna drape the glass over and press it in while it's in a vertical orientation?
So you got a couple of options here. If you've got a brush or a roller, you can go ahead and drape that in, kind of get the glass where you want it. If you want to just kind of squeegee it in, what I'm looking at doing is getting the kind of the glass. I've got it draped over in the orientation that I like it. And I may even come back and to hold it in place, throw a clamp down the bottom. But then maybe just hold it on the dry end by hand or lay it on a flat surface to work, pour in your one side, drag it out with the squeegee, get it all saturated. You can kind of flip it over and do the same thing. It's a little tricky on just because we're doing these two surfaces. And it also may take, once you get it wet out, just kind of working with gloves on, kind of massaging out any of the wrinkles in the cloth, just to make sure that it lays down nicely on the onto that dagger board and we don't have any air bubbles.
Got it.
Yeah, for the trunk itself, I've actually got a couple of clamps at the ready, just for once it's just kind of right at the ends, just to kind of help hold that in place, kind of help hold it standing up, just kind of clamping it there and just give it a little more stability for where I'm working. And then also once it's all wet out, somewhere for it to sit, and I don't have to worry about it falling over.
So to double check on the rudder, all we want is the area below where the cassette is.
Yeah, so we're looking at, we're looking kind of the indented blade itself. So yeah, from where that L down, kind of straight down to that little knife edge there, kind of where it starts. Because the biggest thing we're doing here is really protecting that backside edge of the foil. And then giving it some durability on the front side for when you decide to hit things.
Joel, in looking at the centerboard trunk, question for you.
Sure.
Can I lay this up and leave a gap at the bottom of maybe ½ inch or ¼ inch so that when I slide it down, I don't have to trim the bottom of the centerboard trunk? In other words, stop the glass about ¼ inch shy on the bottom. That way, when I may even just put it on there and then trim it. But the idea is that then when I slide it down, I can make the hole in the seat a little bigger easily, but then this will still fit the nice snug, easy fit that I've already managed to establish in the hull. So I don't have to enlarge that hole.
Yeah, I don't see, I don't see why there'd be any problem with that. Because at the top and bottom, we're going to run a pretty nice, healthy fillet to reinforce that as well.
Well, I'd still be stopping the glass at the bottom. Right. I mean, you'd still have it glassed all the way down to the bottom. There'd just be a ridge there, and then that would be filleted. That was my thought.
Yeah, no, that sounds good.
Joel, another quick thought, just design wise, for future, when you're going to know you've got the sail kit available on the main one, are you going to etch the underside of the seat so that it indicates where that trunk hole is going to be? So you can
Yes. Yeah, so all the kits that are cut now have the orientation, have registrations for at the seat as well as on the bottom for where to cut for the daggerboard trunk. It's also got registration on the forward deck as well as inside on the bottom of orientation for the mast step.
Cool. Be nice to see. Thank you.